Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all, and welcome to the stream. Alexandria, Chievemo, Jonathan, Barton, Ilpo, good so far, Buffalo Bill, Esme, Lael, Towin, welcome, Eric, welcome, Mike, good afternoon. Hello to everybody, including those I may have missed. I don't know where we're starting off today. Let's do a little bit of housekeeping. In fact, let's do a bunch of housekeeping because we are full of junk and assorted things. Let's see. Let's head to the forge area and do some smelting. We'll do some blacksmithing. Looks like we might have a little bit of cooking to do, just to empty out the inventory. And then once we do the cooking and the smelting, maybe I'll be able to see like a little bit more easily what here is junk and what here is stuff that we need to use to craft.
The finest wares in the land. Watch your back.
What was the workout today? The workout today was arms. So biceps, triceps, forearms. Sometimes I'll do 2 muscle groups in a workout. Recently I've been trying to do like fewer muscle groups per workout because I've been working out like every single day without a break. And when I work out with every single day without a break, I tend to like split the muscle groups up a little bit more. So like for instance, yesterday all I did was back. The day before that all I did was chest. The day before that all I did was legs. Whereas if I'm working out a little bit less, I'll combine ancillary muscles, so I'll do like shoulders, legs, back and chest, like things that are kind of opposite. But yeah, right now it's 1 muscle group a day basically. I'm lazy, so I hardly ever push myself hard enough to be like super sore. I hardly ever get sore. Because I simply don't strain hard enough anymore. Every once in a while, if I do like a new motion or a motion that I don't do very often, then I'll feel a little bit of soreness. But it's been years and years since I've been like truly sore. I'm just lazy. I should put more effort into it. See, John, I've never had a day like that. I've never had days like that. Like, except like maybe back when I first started working out. When I was 150 pounds of skin and bones. And then I might have had days like that. But no, I don't try to kill myself over it. I do the reps that I want to do, and like that's basically it. The reality of it is I'm essentially in maintenance mode for the rest of my life, however long that is. But I've been eating a lot more food apparently. Or possibly drinking a lot more beer, because I'm up to like 209 pounds. I'm on the cusp of 210. For the first time in like 15 years, I'm about to hit 210. For the longest time, I was stuck around like 195, 193, 192. So despite the fact that I have not been pushing myself in my workouts, I've been able to gain weight. And gaining weight was kind of my goal. I don't think I'll get up to 220. But I might get to hover around 210, and I guess I'd be pretty happy with that. I never fell out of my car. Like, try to stand up getting out of the car and then realize that your legs are not gonna be able to support you and then fall over. Maybe things like that happened to me like a long time ago. But not any time in the last 10 years have I pushed myself that hard. McLovin, thank you so much, man, for the $20 super chat. That is incredibly generous of you to start off our Friday. Happy Friday to you, and good morning. Alright, actually we're done here. We got 231. 231 means that we can train some more stuff. Not from you, but from you. No, maybe we can't. I could have swore that we were waiting for 230 for blacksmithing. Oh, maybe it's from the guy in Booty Bay. Maybe that's where I would have to go. That being said, that empties the inventory out a little bit. And then I need to find the trade goods vendor. Because we need hot spices and milk. And then soothing spices for the steaks. I don't think we've ever found the trade goods vendor here in Ironforge. I typically just use the vendor somewhere else. Well, we could probably... I bet by the cooking trainer there's probably a cooking vendor. And if there's not, I'll be really surprised and disappointed. Johnny made a rogue on Whitemane? That's awesome, man. Every day I log into the game, I look at my rogue. One day, we will play them.
What's on your mind?
Okay, so I need 18 soothing spices. And then we need 2 divided by 27 is like a number that I can't quite do. It's like 13. 13, you know, let's buy 15. Let's buy 15 hot spices because I can't math. And I am okay with that. And then we have to go get some ice cold milk.
Safe travel.
Was it 13? I thought it was somewhere around 13. Usually I can get pretty close. But I typically don't get there exactly. I guess for milk, the only place I know for sure that has it is out at the inn. Which is a little ways. Alex, happy Friday, man. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here.
Safe travels. Great to meet you. Keep your feet on the ground.
And now, here we go. We'll just use the open fire out in the street. Because obviously that's the best place to cook a meal. If we can not cook ourselves in the meantime, that'd be also pretty good. Nancy, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna be close. We only need 5 more skill ups. That's it. We can make 16 of these. I don't know if we'll get 5 skill ups off of this, being that it's green, but maybe. Possibly, it's possible. There's 1. We got 4 more to go. It would be nice to hit 300, because if we hit 300, I'm only going to keep a hold of meat that I can cook that has buffs. Like, for instance, the clam chowder stuff doesn't have a buff, so like I would probably just be vendoring that stuff as I picked it up. The tender wolf meat we would still use. But yeah, I don't think we're going to get there. We got 198. Next time we do a round of cooking, we can get there. Alternately, we could probably just buy some things on the auction house and just finish that up really fast. None of these are like buff food though. I kind of want this one. Restores 8 mana every 5 seconds for 10 minutes. But I was told that the Nightfin snappers sell for like 3 gold apiece. I was also told you can only fish them between the hours of like midnight and 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. or something like that. Like that it was based on server time. Alright, well, let's vendor the ones we don't need.
How are ya?
These ones. We'll vendor the milk we don't need. I don't need moonberry juice. Solid stones, I'm still working with. Heavy stones, I don't think I need anymore. I want to check the Star Ruby prices on the auction house, the Aquamarine prices on the auction house, just in case. Highly doubt this stuff's going to sell for anything, but we can take a look. Okay, so it sells for basically nothing. Got it. Since I'm here anyway. There we go. What else? What about true silver bars? True silver bars sell for like a half a gold piece. And I think that's it. You know what I would like to have? I'd like to have some more mana potions. We probably want health potions too. Let's see. Let's just buy mana potions for now. I should probably get some elixirs too, but I don't know the names of any of the elixirs that are good for me at this level. We could just look in consumables, but it doesn't have a breakout. So it's going to be like every consumable ever created by the game. But I probably need like some kind of strength elixir, or like armor, or HP. But okay, I won't worry about it now. So what do we want to do today? We really... our quest log is looking very barren. Very grim. I have to get myself back to Root Theron Village eventually to turn this one in. This goes to the Badlands. I don't know if I'm ever going back to the Badlands. Booty Bay and Blasted Lands. Yeah, we don't exactly have a lot going on. We could go to Tanaris and work on Centipar insect parts. Guys, I don't know. I'm open to any ideas. But yeah, I guess I mean, we can go do these like random disparate things, but it's gonna be tough to get this character to 52. Like 52 is kind of the threshold for getting into Ungoro Crater, so. How would I want to handle this? I guess realistically, I want to go to Booty Bay. We can turn in the quest we have there. We could then take the boat over to Ratchet. We could fly down to Tanaris. And we could just kill stuff in Tanaris for a while, I guess. We'll get the Centipar quest done. I don't know if that's going to chain into anything else. I'm not going to run around and turn in all the turn-ins, though. I'm not going to. I'll turn in some of them, but there's some place, like, where am I not going to go? I'm probably not going back to the well, maybe we could stop in the Badlands. I guess if we go to, you know, we're closest to the Badlands now, though. That's the problem. No, I'm not doing it right now. I'm already at the Tram. I'm not doing it. I will not be doing this one either. Well, I'll turn that in on my own. It's a flight up to Root Theron Village. We have no other reason to go that way. That's like the completely wrong direction that we need to go in. This one we'll turn it in Booty Bay, so we'll clear that one. And then this one is Blasted Lands. We can fly to Netherguard Keep whenever. Like, not really. I'm not super worried about it. But yeah, the problem is not the quests that we have in our log that are completed. The problem is that we don't have a lot of quests in our log to do. That's the problem we have to solve for today. Is that we're running out of quests. If I were to turn in all the quests that are complete, we'd have like 4 quests in our log. We're probably not going to do this elite quest. Locate the Night Elf Girl. I don't even know what this one is about. Oh, this was the one. Okay, yeah. The big stone giant guy. We have to fight through like level 50 enemies to get to it. So yeah, we can't do that one right now. This is really the only one we can do right now. Maybe we're at a point where we can go back and finish this one in Stranglethorn, Heart of Mach. The last wave is like 5 level 42 enemies. Searing Gorge tilts more towards level 50 though. Like there's a couple of quests that are level 47. But it's pretty far tilted towards level 50. And I can never find it on the map, so. Yeah, like we have this quest here, which is 45. And then we have this quest here, which is 48, which is an escort quest up the road. But then if you look over here, like everything over here is like 50, 49, 49. Like we can do this stuff soon, but we don't really want to. It's going to be a little bit out of our level range. When I hit 49, then I'll want to come here and do everything that we can, which is not going to be a lot. There's not a lot here, even if we were to do everything. We've got also a quest down here. I'm not really sure like where that is or how one would get to that. Like where is that? Just like in the middle of the mountain? This seems a little weird to me. Alex, what level are you at, man? By the end of the weekend, you'll probably be level cap, so I'll see you at 60. Sell the heavy stones on the auction house? We think the heavy stones are going to sell? I vendored them already, but yeah. Oh, you're only 22. Okay, so you'll be level 50 by the end of the weekend. Got it. Did I ride the tram all the way back and forth? Is that what we did? We just, I just rode the tram. I blame you guys. Yep, I'm blaming chat. I'm just gonna ride the tram back and forth and back and forth. Apparently I need a caffeine boost too, because I'm just riding the tram for eternity. I do want to go to Stormwind, believe it or not. No joke. Yeah, you're all blamed. You're all to blame. Let me focus on the tram now, okay? I gotta take a moment here just to center myself and focus on getting on the tram, and then focus on getting off the tram. It's hard. Nope, I'm not going to the mailbox. Don't distract me with anything. It's like a 5-minute tram ride there and back. Look at that, we sold the true silver bar already. Undead Adam, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream. That's why you like using the flight point. Yeah, I should have just used the flight point. This doesn't make it any faster. But sometimes I feel like doing this for like a change of pace. Obviously, when you just ride it back and forth, that's not ideal. But yeah, taking the flight is simpler. And the amount of time you spend like running to the tram, waiting for the tram, running off the tram, it's probably faster than taking the tram. Unless you time the tram perfectly and you're not an idiot, you know? Alright, I'm gonna fly right down to Booty Bay. I know we have mail. I'll get the mail once we land. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah, we got off the tram. Challenge 1 for the day complete. We got off the tram and continued on our merry way.
What can I do for you? Lightless.
Right-sided action bars, like the action bars over here. Yeah, I try to never use those. I try to just maintain as much screen real estate as I possibly can. I think I used to use them, like back in the day. I'd put stuff over there. I'd put like buff food and elixirs and stuff like that, but in classic era I don't need it. Yeah, if I was playing on my own, I might use it, like if I wasn't streaming or making content, but I just, like, for the content and the way it looks, I like to keep my screen as clean as possible. If I was just playing to play, then I'd probably pop them on there, and I'd probably move some of this crap and get it, like, actually organized into categories. But it's all about the screen real estate. Yeah, I was gonna say, Alex, if you need a boost, what you have to do is you have to make a YouTube channel. You have to grow it for 6 years, and then you have to start playing Classic, and then you have to start streaming Classic, and then eventually very kind people will simply throw gold at you, just because they're awesome. And then you will have your welcome to Whitemane care package. It's a little bit of a process, and it's not for everybody, but that's what worked for me. Today could be day 1, the start of a 6-year journey. Or since you're probably a better player than me and smarter than me, you could probably just find out like how to make money here. And eventually you'll probably have more gold than I have. So yeah, we're up to like account wide we have 1700 gold. That's mounts for 17 alts. So hex yeah. I probably should just like consolidate most of this. In Classic era, Consecrate is a talent you have to spend in Holy. You have to spend a talent here to have Consecration. And Consecration is a huge mana hog. It just burns we're doing a Holy damage build, so I tried playing with Consecration, thinking like, hey, more Holy damage, let's double down. So much mana, it's not even worth it. Speaking of talents, we have a talent point to spend. Let's put our 4th point into Vengeance. I used to think Repentance was the stupidest end-level talent in all of Classic era, but now I've been doing so much PvP that I can't wait to have this. I can't wait to have this. This is gonna be great for when, like, we need a heal. Alright, let's find our turn-in, which is somewhere this way. There we go.
Greetings. For the Alliance. See you later. See you around.
Alright, and now we need to go get on the boat. What are my thoughts on almond milk? I don't really have any. I've never really drank almond milk. I've always been able to drink regular milk, so I've just done that. I know supposedly like different types of milk are healthier, but I guess my only opinion is that it probably doesn't taste like milk. That's my biggest worry about trying other types of milk, is that ultimately I know they're not going to taste like milk. And when I pour myself some milk, I really just want it to taste like milk. What is this? I used to sail a ship from here all the way to Ratchet. I was a successful captain with a sterling reputation until those cursed sea giants ruined me. Oh, this is the big sea giant guy. I think this is an elite. It doesn't say elite, but I'm pretty sure he's an elite.
Have a good one.
I'm not just gonna start giving my thoughts about random food and drink. Don't even try it. And I don't remember the commercials, so I can't cleverly quote the commercials. Yeah, I'm not a nautical expert. I'm not sure how big the wheel is supposed to be. This might be the accurate size of a steering wheel. It's not called a steering wheel. On a steering wheel on a ship this size. This might be accurate size. I don't know. The concerning thing to me is not its size. It's just always been the fact that nobody is at the controls. And the wheel doesn't seem to operate in any discernible fashion. That's the concerning part. You really like to see somebody standing there. At least pretending like they're doing something, you know? When did they add crews to these? Did they add crews in Lich King, or was it not until Cataclysm that the boats and Zeppelins had crews on them? I wonder if they made changes like that to Classic Era, if that would tick people off. If they went in, like, if they made immersion changes, where they went in and, like, added NPCs to boats and just little things like that. I wonder if people would really notice and if they'd be upset about it. This is Classic Era Classic. So in Classic Era there is no flying. You get a ground mount at level 40, and then if you want to spend a bunch of money, you can get a faster ground mount at level cap, which is level 60. But yeah, in this version of the game, and I know it's confusing because there are like 7 different ways to play WoW right now. In this version of the game there is no flying. What am I doing here? Stone Circle, what is this exactly? Oh, it's a lootable chest outside. I've never done this quest. Okay. I seem to have completed it. What was that? Where does this go? This goes somewhere. Retrieve the stone circlet from Ratchet. Okay, we did that. I don't remember who gave us this quest. Somebody in Tanaris. Okay, well we're going to Tanaris anyway. So, yeah.
Time is money, friend! Hurry back!
Ashbad, happy Friday. Welcome to the stream. We might have to shop for some gear soon. Right now our gear is okay. Our rings are really bad. I might replace this one. But overall we're pretty good. I'm trying to hoard my gold as opposed to spending my gold. I don't really know what I'm holding on to it for, but Oh, that was nice. We flew through the ship as the ship was sailing. I wonder what the odds are of that happening. The odds probably are not very good. Yeah, we went through the boat. We're lucky we didn't get like DC'd and dropped in the middle of the ocean. That was a little bit jarring. If you want to play Era and you want to do stuff at endgame, you need to get into a guild. Join a leveling guild as soon as you make your character. And then you'll have 300 hours of leveling that character, of hanging out in guild chat, of doing 5-man runs with these people. And then eventually at level 60, you'll have a guild that you've been in for a long time, and you'll be able to find groups for endgame stuff. Other than that, like if you want to pug stuff, there's a lot of GDKP runs that go out. So if GDKP is your thing, there's lots of those, like pugs going on, but other than that, you really want to get into a guild. And then level up the character while you're in the guild, group up with the people in the guild while you play, and then try to like make sure you have some people to play with at 60. But I say don't worry about it too much, because you do have like a 300-hour leveling journey before you even get to that point. Alright, so this is typically a hotspot for PvP. So we'll see how it goes today. Now, it said we had a turn-in, but I don't... Oh, the turn-in goes to this guy down here. Okay, let's shoot down here, we'll turn in this one, and then we'll head out and we'll do the Silithid parts. Do some buff food. And what else? We have sharpening stones, and, well, we need a weight stone. We have one weight stone. Can pop that onto our weapon for a little bit of bonus damage. And that's it. AI says it's 1 in 10,000 chance of flying through a ship. That sounds about right. I've probably taken about 10,000 flights in my time. I'm just gonna stay on foot. We're just gonna fight stuff on the way, because it's really becoming clear to me that we're gonna probably have to do quite a bit of grinding to get where we're supposed to be level-wise. This is actually the first character in Classic Era that I've leveled this high since probably Athos, our human priest back in the day. Our level 47 Paladin from Bloodsail Buccaneers, they were the next closest to this. But yeah, this is probably the highest level I've been in Classic Era since Athos, which was like circa 2020, 2021. So that's kind of crazy. Oh, we're gonna get all the way to 60. How long is it gonna take to do that? I'm thinking it's still gonna be a while. But we are gonna get there. Mr. Santa, that's awesome. You left Northshire Valley with 4 bags. That's happened to me only on a couple of characters. I had one character, I think it was a sod character, that got like 6 bags. And seemed to just keep getting more and more bags. Almost like they were bugged out in some way. Yeah, I think it was the Warlock. Got a 48 Night Elf Warrior up ahead.
What's up? Keep it real. Glad I could help. Keep it real.
Let's see, what are the... This one we're not doing. Find the altar of a car.
Right back.
Okay, the secret circle
Glad I could help.
is also Sunken Temple. So if I'm reading this right, these are both Sunken Temple quests. So we're probably not going to do these, and we're definitely not going to grab them right now. We haven't really been doing dungeons, and it's probably going to remain that way. It's probably going to remain that way. Although at 49, if I remember, at 49, and maybe if you guys remind me, at 49 maybe we'll stop and we'll try to do a couple battlegrounds. I don't want to get like too wrapped into it. I really want a PvP at max level, so I'm looking forward to hitting max level and doing battlegrounds, but maybe we'll check some out at level 49. Especially if we're in a little bit of a questing slump, like I feel like we might be. I feel like we might be getting into a little bit of a slump. Guitar Junkie, happy Friday to you and welcome to the stream. Yeah, I don't mind not doing dungeons. It doesn't really bother me. It's nice when they happen. I had somebody whisper me really late in the stream yesterday. They whispered me and asked if I wanted the DPS in Oldemon, which I would have loved to have done, but it was 4:30 and I knew I had to be going soon. So like occasionally the opportunity does arise, and like I will get these whispers, but recently the whispers I do get are just like, they're just poorly timed. It's always been at a time where like I don't have the time to do it. Am I gonna stay this spec at endgame? I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know. I really don't know. I thought about it. Like, I might try. I might keep this spec. I might try a different spec. The only way I would go, the only way I would really try anything else is that maybe if I got a really slow weapon, maybe I would try a Seal of Command build at level cap and see how that goes. But I kind of like the build that I am. For leveling, at least, I've liked it. So I might just stick with it. We'll see. What might happen is if I find a slow weapon, we might try Seal of Command build just to do something a little bit different and have like a point of comparison. Typically I don't like Seal of Command, but it's all about what weapons we have. Like right now we have a fast weapon. We've had fast weapons. So what we're doing right now is good for the weapons that we've had. But we have like 150 hours of gameplay ahead of us, so it is likely that I might try different things. Have I ever used Rested XP? The add-on Rested XP? No, I have not. I try to keep add-on use to a minimum. So we do run some add-ons, but not a ton of them. And I don't really need a questing add-on. Like Questie is more than enough. Questie has been more than enough for me, and I know most of the quests by heart anyway, so it's really not necessary. Football talk on a Friday. I don't know about that. Has Kelsey not been doing good? Yeah, he's been sucking. Overall, the Chiefs have not been playing like Super Bowl champs. It's not just his fault, but obviously there's some kind of issue. I personally, looking at how flabby he is, I personally think it's a training issue. I think the dude's been slacking off on his workouts, slacking off. When you have to record 27 commercials a week and do a bunch of other endorsements and shit, it's probably hard to like actually practice and work out like you have to. And I think he's gotten a little bit sloppy, but that's my unprofessional opinion. Tim, good morning to you, good afternoon, and welcome to the stream. No football talk? Well, there's gonna probably be some football talk sometimes. I try to keep it to a minimum, because I know it's not everybody's thing. I didn't hear that they benched him, if that's true. Yeah, I hadn't heard that he got put on the bench. I don't know about that. But it wouldn't surprise me, because there's clearly like something going on that's affecting his performance, like regardless of like what it is. There's something going on. So if he is on the bench, then there's probably a lot going on. You know, or a lot not going on, like practicing, working out, being ready to play the game, etc. Yeah, maybe it is, right. Obviously his life is full of distractions, right? Between his social life and in his podcast and all of his commercials, it's probably hard to find time to practice playing football. It's probably hard to find time to work out regularly and be in shape, mentally and physically, like you need to be for game day. I'm just saying, it's a rough life, and like all those distractions definitely are not going to make the situation any easier. It's like when you are an athlete at that level, and you're training and you're playing at that level, like what really helps is to cut out distractions. Did he get benched though, Amy? I'm not gonna leave him alone. No, he needs to play better, because he's like a multi-million-dollar athlete with a ton of endorsements. Like, he just needs to play better. And if he got benched, he's not gonna play better. If he got benched, then there's some shenanigans going on. He did get benched. Fuck it, he deserves it. He deserves it for how he's been playing. Mahomes hasn't been playing good either. I say bench both of them and put somebody else in the field and see how that goes. They've been winning games by 1 point, so it probably can't get like much worse. He makes double any other tight end. Yeah, if you make double any other tight end, then like you can't go out there and look flabby and sloppy. You're supposed to go out there and look good. You're supposed to be like the height of the position, like the best of the best. Maybe getting benched for a week or two will be motivation to get back into shape and kind of like focus a little bit more on football. Or he could retire. You know, he's at an age where retirement is not out of the question. Yeah, exactly. He's not a young guy anymore as far as football's concerned, right? And so like I think like especially if you're getting older in a sport like that, it's probably even more important that if you want to keep playing the sport and you want to do well at it, it's probably more important to double down your focus on just doing well. Like, you know what I mean? Because you're gonna have to work out harder. You're gonna have to do a lot of things like differently than a young person who's trying to stay in shape to do the same job. Like, you're gonna have a harder time of things. And so I think especially if you want to play the game when you're 36, 37 years old, well, you're gonna have to be a lot more devoted to it. Spend a lot more time with it maybe than someone who is a decade younger than that. Oh my god, we got our first quest item. Nice. He hasn't been benched. Okay. Well, then he's got to get it together. If they're not going to bench him, then I hope that this week he just does better. I hope that he's ashamed of himself and his mustache. And I hope the mustache is gone and he can actually play football again. And he needs to get back in the gym because, quite frankly, he's looking a little flabby. His arms are just looking a little bit flabby. Yeah, when you have a social life that's that big of a social life, it's obviously going to cut into your professional time. Yeah, it's his job to get uncovered. We can only when someone looks as slow and sloppy as he looks, we can only blame double and triple coverage so much. Like we can only blame it so much. When you see him and he just looks slow, like that's not because he's covered. That's because he's slow. You know? Kelsey has to bench Taylor. Well, I don't know if that needs to happen, but I do think just like being a little bit more devoted during the season to playing the game could be good. I'm doing it. I'm not only doing it to get under your skin. Here's the thing: is like I'm saying these things because they're true, and because I feel that way. It has the side effect of getting under your skin. Which, in this specific case, you know, it is what it is. But I don't say anything just to get under people's skin. If something truthful gets under somebody's skin, well, then, you know, that's a different matter. I'm sure Kelsey will do much better this week, and Mahomes will still suck. So like it won't matter. Like, you know, even if Kelsey steps his game back up, Mahomes still sucks. So it is what it is. I just hope they keep winning games, even if it's by really slim margins. That's true. Yeah, I didn't watch football before, like, what was it, like 6 years ago we started watching football? Yeah, I've only been watching football for about 6 years. Oh, yeah. It's true. But that doesn't mean anything. It's true that you got me into football. But that doesn't mean that when I say things that are true, like Kelsey is sloppy, getting old, that doesn't mean that those things aren't true. Man, 2 levels later, these guys are still tough. Oh boy, we're gonna have to find like a nice grinding spot where the enemies are yellow, but they're just barely yellow, and where they don't do things like poisons, where they don't deal too much damage, and where they don't have a lot of HP. We're gonna have to find like a magical grinding spot. Because yeah, that might be a lot of what we do to get to level 50. These guys are and the drop rate is obviously pretty atrocious. We got 2 out of 5. Maybe I should try to do every single quest we can before we stop and grind. Like maybe we should try to run just like completely out of quest. And by completely out of quest, I mean like there's no more green quest, there's no more yellow quest. The only stuff we have to do is either elite or orange. And then we'll find a spot to grind. We are level 48 today. Yeah, a lot of times we do green mobs, and that's fine. They don't quite give as much XP. Like, sometimes you get lucky and you can find mobs that are yellow, but that feel like you're fighting green mobs. Like, that's the magic that I'm looking for. I'm looking for the mobs that are still technically yellow, but they feel like fighting greens. And these guys are not it. Yeah, quests are going to be hard to come by. Right around the level we're at now. Anywhere from level 45 to like 52. Basically, your best bet is to get to 52, and that's when you should go into Ungoro Crater. And then we'll have Ungoro, we'll have Fellwood, we will have maybe a little bit of stuff in the Blasted Lands, we'll have a Winter Spring in the 50s, and then in like the mid to late 50s we'll start to get into the Plague Lands. Yeah, 45 to 52 seems to be like the tough part. And it's a level range that I have not played in a long time. It's been a very long time since I've gotten into this level range in Classic era. And the last time would have been our Human Priest back in like 2020. Like the year after Classic came out. Was the last time that I was in this level range in actual Classic era, not like Wrath or TBC. Is it also true for the Horde? Yeah, it's true of both factions. They both hit the same kind of wall right in the level 40s. You just start to run out of quests to do. And sometimes, like, if you do a bunch of dungeons, that could change. If you do a bunch of grinding, that could change. But yeah, it's typically still true. You're gonna run out of stuff to do eventually. Yeah, if somebody whispers me for an Oldemon run today, we'll do it. Somebody whispered me yesterday, but it was too late in the day. But yeah, I think realistically we're probably just gonna have to find a cozy spot to grind once we completely run out of quest. The pirate area for grinding, that sounds like a good idea. Because we have a couple things left to do in the pirate area. We need to get the rest of the map fragments, and we have a captain's key that we haven't been able to use yet because we have to fight our way onto his boat. Fighting our way onto his boat requires us to be a little bit of a higher level. So yeah, if we want to do grinding at like level like 4950, then the Pirate Cove would be a really good option. Lots of mob density, respawns. The mobs there don't do anything too annoying besides run away. So yeah, that's actually perfect. Oh, we're done here, by the way. We can stop fighting these guys. Let's get out of here. Let's go turn this one in. And then we'll have to, like, decide what to do next. Maybe we will spend some time turning some stuff in just to see, like, where we're at level-wise. But yeah, it's gonna be like one quest here, one quest there for a little while. See, some of these quests I'm not sure of. The Prophecy of Mosh Aru. Bring the first and second Mosharu tablets. Like, I don't know what that quest is, so maybe we want to go grab that one. Mosh Aru. Is that talking about the ogres in Feralis? Is that what that is? Mosh Aru tablets. Don't think I've ever done that one. The music does get loud sometimes, yeah. It has peaks and valleys to it. Most of the music in Classic Era has peaks and valleys. Sometimes, like right now, it's pretty steady. Well, that was a weird camera issue. Perfect. And if it's too loud for too long, I tend to adjust it. And I try not to shout over it, but I'm sure that happens. The problem is that if I turn it down too much, then during the subtle parts, you guys won't hear it at all. Somebody needs to make an add-on to like regulate the music sound. That would be an add-on that I would install right away. Like something that takes all the music and normalizes the level that you hear it at. Especially in the cities, you know, it's always too loud in the cities. Tim, thank you so much, man, for the $134 super chat. You are a hero and you're insane. As far as Amy doing a face reveal, probably never gonna happen. She does a face reveal every day at her real life big girl job. And but I appreciate you, man. Thanks for being here. I already have my kid running in here like every 10 minutes to put his face on the internet.
What's up? Have a good one. Be good. Keep it real.
Before I got into doing this, like the reason I didn't stream for so long is I don't even really want my face on the internet. Like, it took me a long time to even decide that I was ever gonna stream because, like, you know, I spent a lot of my life in front of classes, teaching classes, having meetings and stuff like that, always being exposed to people, always being like put out there like on the spot. So like I was always like very uncomfortable with the idea of like just having my face on the internet for people to stare at. And so it was quite a mental journey to get to the point where I was actually okay with it. I think when I started streaming, if I look back, I think there were a couple streams where I didn't have my camera on.
Greetings.
And for a while, I kind of went back and forth with having my camera on, not having it on, turning it off at times.
Right.
And then eventually, I just kind of got used to leaving it on, but yeah. That's the story behind that. Let's see. Okay, this quest here I forgot about. The Dune Mall compound. 10 brutes. And what else do we need? Let's see. Oops. 10 brutes, 10 enforcers, and Gormarok the Ravager. And I don't know if he's an elite. But I also want to come out here to Steamweedle Port, and I want to grab the Prophecy of Mosharu so I can take a look at that one, because I have no idea what that quest is. But it's something that we can do now. Like, or around now. Alright, that was a skull level horde guy. That's a lot of horde guys. Okay. This is typically the area where we see like most PvP, people running back and forth between Steamweedle Port and Gadgekstan. I saw a mineral back here. Mithril. Let's grab this and let's hope that we don't get ganked. Oh, that's so sad. We almost made it. We almost made it. There's a warlock over there, but he's just fishing. Well, I hope he stays that way. I wouldn't mind some PvP with somebody like at level with us. I would just rather not get ganked by 2 skull level horde.
What you want? Okie
The ancient prophecy of Mosharu speaks of a way to contain the god Hakar's essence. Is this another... This is a dungeon quest, isn't it? The first tablet is held by a long-dead troll, Theka the Martyr.
See ya later.
Yeah, that's Zul'Farrak. Okay, that's... It's weird that it's not elite. It would be really useful if they were all marked elite. That way I would know, like, not to grab it. Okay, and that explains why I don't know this one. So, yeah, we're good here. We can't attack him in town. I don't think we could attack people in town. Could I have attacked him here? I don't see any guards now that I think about it. We probably could have thrown down. The guy in the cave's not an elite. Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. When we choose somewhere to grind, one of the considerations has to be the soundtrack. That has to be one of the considerations. Or I could go into Leatrix Plus, and I could just pick different music, which maybe I'll do now. There we go. I forgot that we could do that. And then that's tied to master volume. So then I need to come in here, bump that down a little bit. Probably bump this down a little bit for you guys. How is that music volume? Yeah, the Leatrix music goes off a different indicator than the actual music volume. I think it goes off master volume. This is the music track at an even keel. It's gonna have some like ups and downs from this point. Or it's gonna stop completely. There we go. Alright, that should be good. That should be good. Just don't be at the place with the J's screeching. Where was that? That was Feralus, I think. So not Feralus. Yeah, this won't change the ambient sounds. So even if I play music through Leatrix, the ambient sounds are still going to be whatever they are in the zone. Let's see. Alright, we need all these guys. But we probably want to hit some buff food. Apparently we can't take care of curses. We can take care of poisons, disease, and magic. Disease and poison. But yeah, we have no way to deal with a curse. 50% chance to take 59 to 82 damage on attacking. So this is a chance for us to hurt ourselves. That is a bummer because we attack a lot. We have a mage AoE grinding back here. Unfortunately, they're doing that on mobs that we need for the quest. Did I spec out of sync to the aura? No. What I did was, while we were fighting the Silithid, I switched to red aura because there were little ads that would attack us, but they would kill themselves on red aura. And then the next thing I did is that I forgot to go back to sync to the aura. Thank you. Is the fireball and the hammer proccing often? It's proccing pretty often. I feel it's just as much as the shadow bolt did on the sword. I think sometimes it'll proc twice in one fight. That's nice. Sometimes, like right there, it procs and they resist the fire damage, which is a bummer. Where are the ogres from? Well, originally all of the ogres would have been from Draenor, from the planet of Draenor, same planet that the orcs come from. Draenor eventually got ripped apart when Ner'zhul tried to open about 1 million dark portals to different parts of the cosmos, and then it became Outland. Outland is the place that we quest through in Burning Crusade. But yeah, the ogres came through the dark portal with the orcs when they invaded Azeroth. And then obviously, like, Draenor was broken by that point. Draenor was not really a place to go back to, so they ended up staying here for the most part. What makes the game enjoyable to me? All the RPG elements. The actual RPG elements. The concept that, like, it's a long enough journey that everything that you do on the journey matters. Every level Every level matters and makes you more powerful. Every piece of gear matters and makes you stronger. Every talent point you spend actually can impact your character's performance. All of the classes handle bad situations completely differently because they're all actually unique in how they approach combat. That's a few of the things. But yeah, the important thing for an RPG to feel immersive and for it to be enjoyable is there has to be enough time for the player to be in the world, and the player has to feel friction in the world. So the player has to face challenge. We don't build memories of a gameplay experience, and we don't get immersed in a game world when we're not experiencing any kind of friction. And like friction can come in different forms. Friction could come from like struggling to find something and then discovering where it's at. Friction could come in the form of combat being a little bit long or a little bit challenging. But yeah, the important thing for like a good RPG is friction. Sometimes friction is just the time it takes you to level up and accomplish things. But it's all those small points of friction that actually form a connection between the player and the game world. That connection creates immersion. That creates memories. And just overall, like, a better experience for the player. Other things that matter for someone to like enjoy an RPG and really get into it, make sure the numbers have to be small and comprehensible. So like there's a big difference between like you hit somebody and it crits for 500 as opposed to you hit somebody and it crits for 250,000. Like one number is small, is satisfying and makes sense, and the other number is way too big for you to really care about it. Do I have any favorite lore in Warcraft in general? Not like specific stories anymore or specific characters. I will say that the foundation lore behind like how the cosmos was created, the history of Azeroth and the history of Draenor, and like all the things and peoples and things that went on those planets to get them to present day, like that's probably the best lore in the universe, of this universe, is like the history of Azeroth and the history of Draenor and all the things that happened to get us to like through the first and second war into like Warcraft 3 era. That's like my favorite lore. All the universe building stuff and history building stuff. Yeah, the reason retail got worse is because eventually World of Warcraft got rid of a lot of the RPG elements. The classes are all homogenized. There's no friction in combat because combat doesn't take long enough. You don't have to spend any time exploring the beautiful landscapes that they create. Retail is not a satisfying RPG experience because all of the RPG elements from it that matter have been stripped away. There's number bloat to a point where you don't really care about your numbers. The numbers don't really matter so much as how fast the health bars are going up or going down. Yeah, like as an RPG, modern WoW is not a satisfying experience. It's a fun group-oriented action game, but as far as being an RPG, no, not anymore. What do we need here? We need brutes. Where are all the brutes? We've killed lots of other types of ogres. Apparently the brutes were like right here, right outside, and they're dead now. According to Questie, we can find brutes in other places. Yeah, I don't even think making the enemies more difficult in Modern WoW would really matter. The game isn't designed for longer combat to feel fun. Classic is designed for the longer fights to be enjoyable. It's designed around the flow that it has. And everything in retail WoW is designed around killing stuff very quickly, killing many things at a time. That's what all the button pushing is designed for. That's what, like, you have so many abilities because you're expected to be able to do so much. And so, like, just making combat take longer in retail WoW would not make it necessarily feel better. Because, like, the pace of combat has to do not only with how long it takes to kill the enemy, it has to do with how often you are asked to press buttons. It's, you know, other considerations that you have to have, like what mechanics the enemy might do. Are there any patrols around? Are you going to get an ad? What happens if I pull more than one? Like, there's so many other things that make combat in vanilla just more enjoyable that retail simply doesn't have, even if you just try to increase how long it takes to fight something. And when you're blowing through enemies like ARPG style and you're just mowing down wave after wave of enemies, like, I wonder how much, like, awesome animation and artwork people just don't get to look at, because, like, in Modern WoW, you're never fighting an enemy like this. You're never fighting an enemy long enough to really look at anything it does, and you're never really fighting an enemy long enough to really look at anything you do to it. Combat is something that happens in a burst of a lot of flashing lights. The flashing lights all go off, lots of numbers appear on the screen, and then combat is over. And it happens without you being able to really analyze, like, what an enemy's doing, what they look like, what their animations are, what their artwork is like, in most cases. Yeah, at this point they'd have to, like, completely redesign combat in retail in order to find a way to make it challenging, because just making the enemies stay alive longer isn't going to do that. In retail, that's just going to make it feel tedious. You'd have to have, like, a combat redesign, or just, like, an overall change in the way that they perceive what combat should be like in the game for it to be a little bit more, like, meaningful, moment-to-moment gameplay. A little bit more challenging moment-to-moment gameplay. But, you know, they don't want to have challenge in things like the open world. They've said as much. They don't have any interest in retail WoW of having challenge in the open world. And in my opinion, like, if you don't want to make challenging content in the open world, stop making open world content. Just don't do it anymore. Why design a game that feels vacuous and empty while you're playing it? Like, if you don't want to put challenge into the open world leveling, get rid of the open world leveling. Just don't have it in the game anymore. You don't want to make it challenging. Nobody really likes it. Nobody's like, dang, my leveling experience, I'm having so much fun leveling up in Modern WoW. It's so much fun just to level up. Like, no one feels that way. Some people like running alts, but it's not like they're having a lot of fun moment to moment of pushing buttons. I don't know. Yeah, I kind of wish they'd stop the whole leveling thing in Modern WoW. I think there are other MMOs that have level caps that have not increased. I don't know why WoW has to keep increasing its level cap and keep creating empty leveling content that just isn't fun, isn't challenging, isn't immersive. It seems like a big waste of resources. You design these absolutely gorgeous zones and gorgeous enemies for people just to run through them, mow them down, and then in some cases repetitiously grind them every single day for the rest of the expansion. Like, what's the point? Just get rid of leveling. I don't think it's just that people are lazy. I think it's also that the game developers are lazy. They're just following, like, the same routine that they follow every time they put out a new expansion. They put it out the same exact way. It has the same exact content. It feels exactly the same to play it. And it's felt that way basically probably since Legion. but probably even just before that, but certainly since BFA. Every expansion has felt the exact same. The leveling feels the same, the content on offer at endgame is the same. Like, it's just the same thing. And in the meantime, they waste the talent of all these artists that make these amazing zones. That like you don't even really get to enjoy the zone. You don't create a connection to the zone or any immersion in it. You're just like, oh, this is pretty, as you like fly through it and murder everything in it effortlessly. Yeah, I don't want retail to be anything except what it is, because I'm not going to play it anyway. Yeah, I want retail to succeed with whatever its audience is, because what I've had to accept is that I am not the audience for that game anymore. So yeah, I wish them the best, and I hope they find their audience. And I think the game will continue to evolve over time, and there will be less and less of a focus on leveling. Maybe one day they will even get rid of the leveling process completely. And yeah, let them have their audience. I'm not going to play no matter what. There's really nothing they can do that could convince me to come back and play. Because they're not making the game for me anymore. So like, my opinions don't even matter. It'll continue to do well because for the people that like it, it's an awesome game. Like, for the audience that it is made for, it is good. It just isn't good if what you want is a more classic MMORPG. You have to actually go play a classic MMORPG to have that experience now. And there obviously aren't many of them. Do I have criticism for Classic? I mean, if I were to analyze Classic through the modern lens, that's where the criticism comes from. Otherwise, even the parts of Classic that are like weak points are integral parts of the game. Like, there's lots of things anybody could criticize. A lot of times when we criticize things, it's things that are difficult, challenging, or inconvenient. Like, I could say, oh, you know, the summoning stones need to be turned on because it's really annoying to have to run to the dungeon every time to get everybody there. I could say, oh, looking for group would be awesome to have because it's kind of a pain to spam in chat to look for people to do dungeons. Like, there's lots of things that could be criticisms. But at this point, it's like criticizing a Picasso. Like, there's not really a point to criticize it. It's a historic work of art, and even its flaws are so ingrained into what it is that even its flaws serve its overall purpose. Like, I think the difference is, like, there will always be ways to criticize a game. But when you're looking for flaws, I guess it's better to ask, like, is there a part of the game you don't have any fun with at all? And when I consider that question for Classic Era, like, what is a part of the game or a thing about the game that you just don't think is fun at all? I can't come up with anything. And so when I think about it that way, like, where there can be a lot of things you could criticize, if you can't think of a part of the gameplay experience and think, like, oh man, that was just horrible, that was a horrible time, it wasn't fun at all, like, if you can't find that thing, then there's really nothing, like, super valid to criticize. And yeah, when I think about Classic WoW, I can't, like, what's my least fun thing to do in Classic Era? I really can't think of anything that's, like, super off-putting. Like, oh man, I just hate this. You know, I can't put anything in that box. Whereas when I think about retail, there's, like, a ton of things I can put into that box. And I think that's when you know that a game is simply either the game is not good or the game is not for you. When you can put a ton of things into the I really hate this box. I really hate the daily grind. I really hate the weekly events. I really hate that we fly through the zones from the minute go. I really hate that there's no reason to explore on foot. I really hate the pace of combat. You see how I can put a lot of things in the retail box, like, where I really hate? And I can't do that for Vanilla Era. And I think that's when you know that a game either isn't good or just isn't for you at all, when you can put a lot of things in that box. The troll accents, there you go. What do I hate about Classic Era? Having to read out the quest that have the phony troll accents. Yeah, that's it. It'd be nice if you could play as a Shadow Priest or a Ret Pally in raids. Yeah, it would be nice, but you don't have to. That's the kind of thing that like modern games lost, especially RPGs. In an RPG, certain classes are simply better at certain things. And in an actual RPG, not every class has to be great at dealing damage. Because in an actual RPG, classes can bring something very specific to a group, and it doesn't have to be their DPS. Sometimes you'll bring a rep pally just to have another buff. And then, like, you're not even looking for that DPS. But it's completely okay, and in fact, it's an RPG staple that certain classes are simply good at certain things and they're bad at other things. Things are not supposed to be balanced. It's much more interesting when things have trade-offs. I am good at this, but bad at this. I excel at this, but I struggle with this. Classes in a video game are much more interesting when there are trade-offs. When not everything is just giving you more and more and more of what another class has. I wish I could deal more damage. I wish I had a heal. I wish I had some kind of shield or barrier. I wish I had some useful buffs. Like, yeah, there's always things to wish for. But like, good class design comes with the acceptance that not every class needs to be good at everything. The worst thing an RPG can do, and the worst thing Retail WoW did, was to homogenize classes. To make every class basically the same, with different spell effects and different names for their abilities. The actions that you take just become the same action, regardless of what class you're on. Like, in modern WoW, let's say you overpull. You're out questing, and you pull too many mobs. So in modern WoW, let's say you pull 50 mobs on accident, you back into a pack of 50 mobs. On every single class, you're going to do the exact same things. You're going to blow all of your big AoE DPS. You're going to blow all of your big DPS cooldowns. You're going to pop any defensives that you have. You're going to pop any stuns that you have. You're going to pop heals as necessary. And you're going to continue cranking AoE DPS until all 50 of those mobs are dead or until you're dead. Every class is going to do that. You're going to have different buttons that are called different things that look different. But you all have stuns, you all have heals, you all have barriers, and you're going to use them all. In Classic Era, when a class encounters a problem, like we pull 3 mobs, that's a problem in Classic, pulling 3 mobs. When you pull 3 mobs in Classic, every single class is going to do something completely different. On a Paladin, you might pop a shield, pop a heal, and you're going to try to single target them down one at a time. On a warrior, you're going to pop your aggressive cooldowns, you're going to pop your DPS cooldowns, and you're just going to try to go hard as you can on DPS. On a mage, you're going to Frost Nova, you're going to blink away, you're going to throw down a blizzard to slow them down, and you're going to kite them. On a hunter, you're going to have your pet round up aggro on all 3, you're going to get distance, you're going to pluck them off from range. On a priest, you're going to keep yourself bubbled, you're going to get Shadow Word Pain up, you're going to start wanding them down in focus order. Every single class in Classic Era is going to handle a problem differently. Every single class in Retail is going to handle a problem the same way. And that's the worst thing you can do for class design in an RPG, is to homogenize all your classes so that they're essentially the same thing with a different skin. And once you start going down that road, once your class design starts going down the road of giving more and more people more and more things, you're headed towards complete homogenization. Class design should make classes more distinct from each other. Class design should never make classes more similar to each other. Instead of giving people tools that other classes have, come up with some new tools. Do something different. Make the classes even further apart from each other. Don't bring them closer together. That's not interesting or good class design. Again, just my opinions, just my thoughts. You don't have to feel the same way, and that's okay. I gotta start doing fishing at the beginning of the streams. In hardcore, I was good for like 20 minutes of fishing at the beginning of the streams. But obviously not recently. What level for Felwood? I think level 48 to 49 to start off in Felwood and do like the intro stuff. We're close. We're close to being able to go into a lot of different zones. We're close to being able to go into Felwood. We're close to being able to do stuff in Searing Gorge. But we're just not quite there yet. Well, that was a tiny bit of grinding, but we got it done. Let's head back, we'll get it turned in. I think it has at least one follow-up. I'm not sure if we'll be able to do the follow-up or not right now. But yeah, we'll turn it in and then we'll try to see what comes next. I have Leatrix music playing music right now. Yeah, which I'm gonna probably turn off soon. We've hit Leatrix music just playing whatever. Kinda got sick of the soundtrack here. There's not much music here naturally. But we'll go back to the natural soundtrack for a little bit. Which sounds like this. Now, after a while, it kind of bothers me. I remember that now, like, whenever I play music in Leatrix, like, after a while, it bothers me because my brain knows all the music tracks and all the zones, and like, my brain knows that's not the music for this zone. And for whatever reason, after a while, it starts to really bother me. And we were just about at that point. So yeah, here we are, we're back. Just tell them it's a space whale. It's the whale from Star Trek V. go back to Eastern Kingdoms. So yeah, okay, we're at a point where we basically have no quests to work on. I know it looks like we have quests, but we don't. Everything is either a complete quest, we have an elite quest here, I don't really know what oh, this one we can't do yet, it's like level 50 mobs. And so we really need to find like some quest we could do possibly somewhere. This stuff is like, we're getting close to being able to do some of the intro stuff in Blasted Lands. I'm kind of tempted to see what level the mobs are. And we have a turn-in down here also. Let's go turn this in. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to have a little break. I'm going to put us in flight. We'll go turn this in. We'll check out the mobs, what level they are. The quests are all level 50, but maybe the mobs are a bit weaker than that. Have we done Azara? Not a lot to do in Azara in Classic Era. And I don't know if there's anything for Alliance. If there is, it's probably not till like, yeah, 53. 47. Maybe we could check these out. But, you know, now that I'm in Eastern Kingdoms, I'll keep these on my radar.
Well met.
I'm going to put us in flight, and I'm going to take a break. And then we will go from there. I will put us on the break screen, and I will see you guys on the flip side. Alright, we are back. Thank you guys very much for hanging out. I appreciate it. Alright, so let's turn this one in. We'll go take a look at these quests. We'll take a look at the levels of the mobs that are around. And then we'll have to decide if we're going to quest here or not. It does seem a little early for us to be here. Yeah, it does seem like early, but I'm gonna turn this one in and then we'll see. I don't really have a lot of other ideas, to be honest, except for finding a spot to grind. We could try picking off the level 47 stuff in Burning Steps, or Searing Gorge, whichever one.
There. Off with you. Watch your back.
Bring the medallion to Thaddeus Grimshade in the Blasted Lands. I'll find out where your griffin is, but first you have to do something for me. There's a troll in Zul'Farrak. This is a ZF quest. Yeah, we're not doing that. Okay. Let's go put our eyes on some actual enemies before we do. Yeah, 51. Okay. Yep, so this is gonna be a little bit out of our range. It wasn't kidding. So yeah, I don't really know what else to do besides like find a spot to grind. Honestly. Let's see. Apparently we need a key. We have to have a key to get to Searing Gorge. Okay. Unless we come from the Badlands. We don't have anything to do in some of those zones. The Badlands, we're basically done with the Badlands. Searing Gorge we can go to, but we're still too young for that too. Yeah, I guess we could try to go do Searing Gorge. Like, I don't know. Failing that, I would love to just find a place to grind for a little bit, but we can just go to Searing Gorge and see if we can do anything there. I don't think we have any better of a chance to do stuff there than here. It's like almost the same exact level range, but we can check it out. This is the point in time when it would be really good to have rested XP. Like, to have actual rested XP. That way we can grind and it would be a little bit more efficient. But yeah, none of these sound like great choices for us. We're too young for Felwood, we're too young for Winter Spring. We could probably do the first 2 quests in Searing Gorge. We could probably grind in Badlands for a bit. But we don't really have any other quests to do there.
King's honor, friend. Safe travels.
Yeah, I retired a hardcore paladin at level 47, but that paladin had no gear, no weapons, and he couldn't even kill green mobs. I remember at level 47 trying to grind on like green mobs in Swamp of Sorrows, and he just couldn't kill anything. And between not being able to kill stuff and not having any quests to do, he got retired. Because you either have to grind or you have to have quests to do. Ideally, you do both those things. Yeah, it's a tough level. Some ZF runs, sure. Whenever somebody wants to tank for me or heal for me, we can put together some ZF runs. Other than that, like, we're not going to find any normal groups. Unless I want to boost. I'm sure I could find someone to boost me, if that's what I wanted. But that's not really what I want, so... Yeah. Like leveling dungeons, unless you want a boost group, you're not gonna, or you're in a guild, you're not gonna find a lot of leveling dungeons. And I'm in a guild sort of, but obviously like I'm not interacting in the guild, I'm not talking in the guild chat, I'm just in like a random guild. Sometimes I glance at the guild chat. Yeah, I just don't feel like spamming the channel. Also, as a DPS paladin, like, I don't have a lot to offer. If I was a real DPS class, then maybe I would spam, like, DPS looking for ZF, and I would just spam that every few minutes, but... As a rep pally, there's not really a lot that I can offer. Have I had bad experiences? No, I'm just being lazy. I don't want to spam for a group, and when I check the bulletin board, I don't see any groups going out. So, like, if I look here... We got a Maradon group, like, oh, boosting! There's lots of boosting going on, but I never really see, like, any normal groups soliciting. A few times people have whispered me and asked me, like, specifically to come along, and so that's happened a couple times, but besides that, we haven't done a lot of dungeons. Did we finish all the pirate stuff? Yes, all the pirate stuff is done, except for, you know, eventually we'll go back, we'll farm up the map fragments, and we will unlock the captain's chest. But we finished all the actual questing. I'd like to go grind in that area around level 49, 50, but I'd like to get at least level 49 or 50 before we go back. Have I ever played on an EU server? I have not. I am in the States, and so like I just naturally play on the state side. Yeah, you can play in other regions. You just have to have a different account. So I can make a Battle.net account for the EU region, and then I can play on EU servers. Mm-hmm. Matam, I really appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out with us. Tim, thank you very much for the 10 gifted memberships. You hit your mark with that one. It's finally a gift bomb that hit its mark. Look at that. Doesn't happen every day. Welcome to the 10 new people. Thank you guys very much for hanging out with us as we play some classic era classic. And since that is the day's goal, I can actually just take that down. And so yeah, our plan is here. I'm going to take us into the Badlands. We have one outstanding quest from like 3 days ago that I never turned in. And then we might be trying to find our way into Searing Gorge, unless we have anything else to do here. Acquire a Black Drake's Heart. I wonder if we can do this one now that we're a little bit of a higher level for it.
My, you're a tall one. Be seeing you.
We waited a little bit too long to turn that one in. Bring 5 bracers of rock binding.
You have a great day now.
Where's that one
then.
at? Level 42. Oh, okay. I didn't know this one chained again. That's cool. Let's do this before we go into the Searing Gorge. It's a level 42 quest, so it's still green. We might actually get full XP from it if I don't wait 20 levels to turn it in. Alright, looks like somebody is already out here farming these guys, and my worry is that it's going to be a member of the Horde. So we probably should be ready for whatever PvP might come our way. I have a mithril deposit somewhere nearby. Well, the good news is it's a mage. The bad news is they're after our mithril deposit. Looks like they're willing to share, which I appreciate. Now if only we can get some respawns. It seems like they're in this area. There's one other area. Maybe I should go check out the other area. This guy seems like he's farming this. Well, there we go. It was a little bit dirty, but we killed the hunter. Now he's probably going to be back really soon. We'll kill a few here, then we'll go check the area where the mage was at. I want to kind of keep an eye on his body. Because when his body disappears, that means he's respawned somewhere nearby. Like, if we have to kill him again, our only chance is to kill him before he summons his pet. Yeah, like, he's back right now. He got his body back. He either's... Yeah, wait, here he is. I mean, he probably should have gotten his HP and MP back before he came out in the open. It's a bot? I doubt it, but maybe. You're a bot. We've got Hunter's Mark on us still. Hunter's Mark stays on us for 2 minutes, even after the Hunter dies. Apparently we get to keep Hunter's Mark. Which is really exciting. That's going to give him kind of an unfair advantage. Like, he's going to know exactly where we're at as soon as he pops back up. I don't really like that. I don't think Hunter's Mark should stay on us after the Hunter who cast it has been killed. I think if the Hunter is dead, Hunter's Mark should go away. Oh, we're almost out of water. Oh, this is not good. I've made a crucial, enormous error, and now I don't know where we're going to get water. I don't think there's no inns out here. That's the problem with these areas. There's not a single inn. There's nobody out here to buy water from. If I look over here, like, again, I don't see this either. Like, this guy's back. Like, what's he doing? This is my area. These are my mobs. You have to let me grind here. I need to finish this quest. I don't have a lot of water left. Stop harassing me. Just let me finish the quest. Go somewhere else. It's easy. He's not even moving. He is moving. He's moving. He's doing things to stun me. Like, if he was a bot, he wouldn't be stunning me every single time he comes back in as his first move. It's pretty obvious what's going on. I don't think it's a bot. Watch what he does. Would a bot make sure to try to use his CC on me? Would a bot feign death? Do bots feign death? Because that dude feigned death. He's 100% a bot that feigns death and uses his stuns on another player, the exact kind of thing that another player might do. Okay, cool. It's fine. Either way, I'm just gonna keep killing him then, okay? I'm just gonna kill him over and over again, and we'll farm up some honor. I know they use abilities, but when I say he stunned me, like, that's not just like a typical button that you push in every combat. That's like, oh, there's another player, let me stun him. Like, I don't know, it seems a little bit specifically reactive. But whatever. I mean, anybody that I kill easily, you guys are gonna say that it's a bot. So it really, I can't prove that he's not a bot, but that doesn't mean that it is a bot. And you know what I mean? Like, it could be a player who just doesn't want a PvP and sucks at PvP. And like, why would a bot fire off his feigned death? It looked like he hit his feigned death on a misclick. It looked like he panicked and hit his feigned death. Does a bot like push every button? Will a bot just feign death when they engage for no reason? Is that something a bot does? Seems kind of inefficient. Be Sad Dog, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, he feigned death before I even attacked him. That's exactly my point. It seems like a panicky misclick. Do bots panic and misclick their abilities? I don't know. I've never been a bot. I couldn't tell you. It could. The only reason I think it might be a bot is because of this and because he keeps coming back. So, like, maybe it's a bot. If it's a bot, we should definitely keep killing it. That's my. He jumped. Do bots jump? like, if maybe feign death is part of the bot rotation. Maybe it is. It could be a bot. I don't know. Either way, we're done with the quest. I'll leave the poor bot alone. That was a discount bot? That wasn't the full price bot, that was a discount bot. That explains why they were so stupid. Yeah, that makes sense. It's probably a discount bot.
Need assistance? Off and away. Be seeing you. Off and away. Alrighty then. You have a great day now. Of course, I don't have 15 pieces of silk cloth. I have 1,000,000 pieces of silk cloth that I've sent to my bank alt. But I don't have any of them on my person. Unfortunately, I have to run over to this town and see if they sell any water. We're completely out of supplies. And if they don't sell water, I don't know. I guess we'll farm for 12 minutes and then I will hearth back to Ironforge, and at least this way we will have a flight point. I don't know what this is, but I'm very annoyed that I can't mine it. I'm very annoyed that I can't even hover over this. What is this? It's not even showing up on tracking. Is this fake? It's fake? It's not real? Yeah, okay. Alright, moving on. They have fake ore here. Yeah, who would have thought they had fake ore? For Dark Iron Dwarves only, obviously. Yep. Makes sense.
Interest you on a pint? Be good.
None of these... Oh, here we go. Well, there's the quest. Are there any vendors? Yeah, I don't see any vendors. I don't see any vendor that would sell water.
Safe travels.
As annoying as that is.
What can I do for you?
Am I wrong? Am I missing something? Because yeah, from what I can tell, nobody here is a vendor and nobody here sells water.
Talk to me. What's your back?
That's awesome. Okay, cool. So we're leaving. I guess I could try to fly somewhere really close. I don't really know that there is anywhere like super close.
Interest you on a pint?
Let's see. We can just fly. We can fly to Ironforge. That might be a great idea. Yeah, I guess we're going to Ironforge to get water.
See you soon.
So that's good. Makes sense. Makes sense to not have a... There you go, there's a complaint. Every questing hub needs to have at least one person that sells food and water. I think that's like pretty basic ask. While I'm in Ironforge, I can get 15 silk. Either... Maybe I have it in the bank. If I don't have it in the bank, I'm just gonna buy some off the auction house. Just so we have some chance of actually completing this quest today.
How are you?
How's my son doing in homeschool? Horrible most days. Yeah, most days have been pretty awful. But so were his days in actual school. So the only difference now is we don't have to stop our day to go pick him up every single day. But yeah, it's been pretty shit. Yeah, it is what it is.
Well met.
Is he struggling to stay focused? He's struggling to do anything. Yeah, like he just doesn't want to work.
See you soon.
He doesn't want to do the work. Whether it's because of laziness or because he can't pay attention or because he thinks it's stupid or whatever. He just doesn't want to work.
What's on your mind? Be good.
Yeah, he doesn't have any like emotional or mental buy-in. Like you can tell a kid, hey, this is important. Hey, you have to learn this. Hey, this is really important. Like they don't care. Kids don't give a shit. Kids don't create buy-in by you explaining to them like how important stuff is. Like they just don't care. Like I was a good student in school because if I got a C, my dad would beat my ass. Like that's what made me a good student. And that's not a good way to inspire anybody. So like, but that was the only reason I did good in school. I didn't really like school, and I was a little bit defiant, and I was a little bit sarcastic, and I had a little bit of an attitude. But at the end of the day, I knew that if I came home with a C on my progress report, my dad was going to beat my ass. I knew that if the teacher had to call my parents at work, when I got home, my dad was going to beat my ass. Like, it was a pretty obvious, like, if this, then that. And I knew that was what I wanted to avoid, so I became a good student. And I got my work done, and I tried to stay out of trouble, and I just did what I had to do. And now there should be a different way to motivate kids to do good in school. The only way to motivate somebody to do well should not be like under threat, but that's the only example I had that worked. My younger sister did not have that threat for her life, and she did much worse in school than I did. And so yeah, I don't know. So right now he just like it's just a pain. You can't get him to do anything really. Like sometimes if it's easy or seems easy, he'll do it. If it seems like challenging, like it's going to take a lot of time or it's going to be difficult, then he'll find any way he can to get out of having to do the work. And there's really no punishment, so it just goes on and on. Do I want to grab any of this stuff? 20 heavy war golems.
Watch your back. Be good.
Let's see. 20 greater lava spiders.
Walk with you. Be good.
Incendisaurs are inside the cave, I think. ADHD, yeah, sure. He's been medicated for ADHD, and we tried lots of different stuff to help him out medically. It's at this point, it's not a medical thing. There is not a drug that exists that can make somebody understand the value of work. There is not a drug that exists that will eradicate laziness. And so no, at this point we've tried enough things that I can safely say, like, the reason he's not doing his work is not because of ADHD alone. We've tried enough different things that it's just laziness and unwillingness to do the work, and there isn't like a huge consequence for not doing the work, so there's no impetus there either. No, that's his thing. Like taking a break is how he gets out of doing work. Like he takes millions of breaks. And the thing is, when you do online schooling, we're doing at-home schooling. We're going through an online curriculum. So like we don't get to decide everything that he does in a day. You still have coursework that you have to complete each day. You have classes that you have to attend, like live lessons and stuff. So it's not like homeschool in the sense that we're deciding what he does. Like if we were doing the curriculum and we were deciding what he does, when he does it, then it wouldn't matter. None of these problems would exist. All the problems that he has exist because we have to apply a very stringent curriculum. And that curriculum is not honed for any specific person. That curriculum is applied to hundreds of thousands of students a year, and it's applied to them all in the exact same way. And so yeah, if we were doing like complete homeschool, then like the situation would be a lot different. But yeah, when you do online schooling, you have to do whatever curriculum that they have you doing. And that includes a certain amount of work per day, per week, etc. The next stop will probably be a completely at-home form of schooling, where we're not following someone else's curriculum at all, and that's really like that's the next and final step. Now he spent 2 years in public schools not doing any fucking work. Not doing any work, and we didn't find out how little work he was actually doing until the middle of last year. But he basically spent all of first grade and most of second grade figuring out what to do at school that got him out of doing the challenging work, and therefore got him out of doing any of the actual learning. And so no, we've been there, and then there wasn't enough communication about how bad it really was or how little work he was actually accomplishing until halfway through the year. And by then they had let him build all these habits that taught him that he could get out of doing work. And once you let a kid build habits like that, it's very hard to like then teach them, oh yes, no, you do have to do the work. Oh no, you do have to be present for the learning. Oh, you do have to engage with the class. After you spend a year and a half letting a kid have ways to not do that, just so you don't really have to deal with them as much. Just so you don't have to place a call to the parents every day. So yeah, that ship has sailed. If he goes back into public school now, it won't be until he's a much older person who has more like maturity in some way. What he probably needs is to go to military school. And if he keeps up the way he's keeping on, by the time he's 13, he can definitely go to military school. And spend a couple years in a charter military school where they actually have ways of disciplining that, you know, he's not going to like. Stricter ways of disciplining than what he would get at home. We'll start having that conversation in a couple years. Because that's definitely an option. Yeah, 13. Yeah. If he has as big of an attitude at 13 as he does right now at 9, then yeah, he can go to like a chartered military school, and maybe they can straighten out his attitude problems. These spiders shoot fireballs. How terrifying is that? to the Shaolin monks. That would be a good thing to do as well. Yeah. Yep. Is that an option? Can I do that? Can I send him to the top of the mountain to stay with the monks? No screen time, strict discipline. They beat you with bamboo reeds when you misbehave. They smack you with a bamboo stick anytime you speak. That could work. We are level 48. And we're probably going to be level 48 for a while. I feel like I should have also picked up a quest for some kind of item from the fire elementals. It's not what the flux. Maybe not. Yeah, I remember there being a quest for the fire elementals, like they had like a fiery heart. Or maybe it's this chain right here. Maybe I should go back and check this chain out. Leo, did you miss anything in the last hour or so? We killed a bot a couple times. Apparently I was killing a bot. He was a hunter. And then we found our way here. And now we actually have a couple of quests to do. That's about it. Anything noticeable about the war golems? Nothing on the level of wiggly toes. Just in general, they're just pretty cool mobs. But nothing wiggly. Nothing wiggly, nothing rotating. Just pretty cool enemies though. A couple of duels. To be fair, I've killed most priests that I've encountered pretty easily. I don't know like what a priest can really do in PvP, but I've killed quite a few of them, and they haven't really been able to do much. Especially once I eat through Power Word Shield. Like once I crack your shields, that's pretty much it. A couple crits later. Good night. Good night, sweet prince. Oh, don't run away. You're level 51 and you're a druid. Cast some hots on yourself and let's go. Dude did not want to fight. The priest should own me. I've killed every single priest I've come up against, which has been at least 3 priests. If they were at level, they've died. Maybe they just don't know how to play their class. I don't know. Maybe I'm just good at PvP. It could be any number of things. yeah, he didn't want to fight for whatever reason. I get it. He was down to half HP, but he could have popped. He could have popped rejuve, regrowth. He could have put some hots on himself, and then he should have been good to go.
What can I do for you? Be careful. For the Alliance. Looking for something specific?
Let's see. He has a little story to tell us here. My father was slain by the filth that inhabits the cauldron. My pleas for assistance to Stormwind fell on deaf ears. Nay, they do not want to admit that this part of the world even exists, let alone send their precious military to administer justice. Oh, this is a long story.
Around. Hey there.
I know the end of this one already.
Have a good one.
Kind of spoils it.
Be careful. See you later.
You've made the right decision. We must strike where we will do the most damage. The 4 sentry towers. Okay, this is not the quest that I thought it was. With the 4 towers in flames, we can infiltrate... We can initiate an offensive before they have time to react. You will need the proper tool to set the towers ablaze. To make the tool requires some materials. Okay, it is the quest I thought. Bring me 4 hearts of flame and 4 golem oil.
Be careful.
Now we know we can't kill hunters, so I'm not going to attack this level 51 hunter. We've had 0 luck with hunters unless they're bots. We can kill hunter bots. We killed a very special hunter a couple times in the Badlands who was not a bot, but he was really special. So I don't think we try to kill this person unless they come after us, which if they come after us, then we'll throw down. Let's get all of our mana back just in case. They don't seem super interested. They had to have seen us. Yeah, some hunters are just special. It's okay. It's okay to be a little bit special. We killed that guy 3 times, and then he tried to kill us one last time. He actually chased us. I led him all the way to Loch Modan, and then a level 60 killed him. He was close to getting us, but then like when he was at his closest, he just got murdered by a level 60. And then we never saw him again. Do you just keep cheetah up and concussive shot? Yeah, like, that's a start. I think, like, the trick on the hunter is that you have to kite. You kite the other player with a combination of concussive shot and cheetah. And then as long as they never catch up to you, you're good. You keep Serpent Sting on them for damage over time. You keep your pet beating on them. Are we gonna throw down over this mithril deposit? Oh, no, this is my mithril. No, you crossed a line. Now we gotta fight. You're about to see how easy it is for a hunter to kill just about anybody. We got that one. I don't know how we did it. Somehow we got that one. They couldn't get away from us. You know what happened was they threw cheetah up too early. They threw cheetah up too early, and if you have cheetah on and somebody hits you with it, you get stunned. You get dazed. And so that was a big mistake. They should have thrown monkey up. Monkey would have given them some additional dodge. They should only have used cheetah once they were far away. And now we claim our prize. And now we get out, because I don't want to push my luck. We killed them once, I can't say that we'll... Oh shit, okay. Well, here we go. That's 2. The graveyard's got to be close. I'm gonna put a little distance between us. Because, yeah, the graveyard has to be really close. They got back super fast. We're gonna come over here a bit. Just to get a little breather. I mean, we could keep killing them, but eventually the odds are not gonna be in our favor. Eventually other horde people are gonna come by also. Yeah, you have to start close to them, you have to stay close to them, and you have to finish close to them. Once they put too much distance between you, it's really hard. Once a concussive shot goes off, and they're already at range, then they pop cheetah, it's basically all over. That guy in particular, he didn't seem very good. We've came up against hunters that were much more skilled. He seemed like he was kind of struggling. Like, he knew what he was supposed to do, he just couldn't really execute on it. Yeah, Hand of Freedom is fine. Hand of Freedom will get you out of the stun like in a second, but if they have cheetah and they already have range on you, it doesn't matter. We can catch up sometimes, but the only reason we can catch up is because we have Pursuit of Justice. So like our default movement speed is 8% faster than most characters. And that's really the only reason why we can sometimes catch up to hunters. Like without that, if they got range on us, we wouldn't be closing that gap. They can wear you down faster than you can close the gap unless they make a mistake. Unless you get into range to hit them with like a judgment while they have cheetah up. That's really your only bet. Your only hope. Yeah, he kept mistiming cheetah. And like he didn't think we could get within range of him because he doesn't know that we're faster than most players. So he popped cheetah when he thought he was safe, but then I angled across. He was doing some weird arc, and I just cut his arc off, and I got in range, and then I hit judgment, and the judgment stunned him because he had cheetah up, and then that was it. If you get that stun off when they're in cheetah, then you're good to go. But if they get a distance from you and you can't hit them, then you're kind of screwed. And it's probably going to depend on the skill level and the experience of the player that you're up against. Yeah, Ashbad, this is where we're going to be for the foreseeable future. We're going to be on this character till 60. Once we cap this character out, we're going to start working on a rogue. And this is the plan for the foreseeable future. I don't really plan to play any Cataclysm. I have zero plans to go back into retail, so we're going to be right here on Whitemane, leveling Alliance characters during the streams. We might try to do stuff at 60. It's going to be easier to do stuff at 60 if we ever get a guild together. What I plan for this character is I plan for Battlegrounds. At 60, I want to take this character into Battlegrounds and see how that goes. Whether or not we ever see any raids depend on if there are raids going out that are not GDKP. Most of the groups on this server are GDKP runs, and I don't have anything against GDKP. I just don't do GDKP. They got people looking for more. I asked if they need DPS for ZF, we'll see. As a Paladin, they probably don't want Pally DPS. A dark iron deposit. Dark iron is only smeltable with a quest in BRD. If that's the case, we'll just sell it. Maybe it sells good. These spiders would be a cool pet in real life. You want a 200-pound spider as a pet in real life? No, thank you. Mm-mm. If we had 200-pound spiders in real life, there'd be a lot of problems. It's like a guard dog. It's like a guard dog that feels no loyalty towards you and will murder you. But yeah, besides that, basically like a dog. They're nice and furry. Yeah, I'm sure they love being pet. It's funny, I remember trying to do these quests on the level 47 Paladin on Bloodcell Buccaneers. These were actually the last series of quests that I tried to do before I decided to park that character permanently. We had a green weapon that was like 15 levels old. It was the best weapon we could get because we were on solo self-found on Bloodcell Buccaneers. And I remember coming here and trying to do these quests, and nothing would die. Nothing would die. Except me, every single fight I ended almost dead and completely out of mana. And that was when I finally decided to retire that character. This experience, obviously, with a little bit of gear and some good weapons, has been different. But yeah, he was level 47, he couldn't kill anything here. He couldn't survive anything here, and then he got sent to Booty Bay. When you have good gear and good weapons, it's good. The fights are a little bit time-consuming, but at this point I'm so used to that, I don't think about it. What happened with that Paladin was we were playing solo self-found. So we weren't allowed to use the auction house. We weren't allowed to accept amazing gifts, like a lot of the gear that we currently have. I don't even think we had a full set of plates. Like, yeah, you couldn't use the auction house, so like we just had nothing. Most of our gear was chainmail. All of our gear was old. We didn't have a weapon, and it was horrible. Yeah, there are no good quest screens. Yeah, absolutely. There are really no good quest screens. You have to kind of like cherry pick like certain quests to get decent quest screens. And that Pally did not have any of that stuff going on. We have some kind of vendor out here. We have a vendor hanging out with an infernal.
Need help?
That's cool.
I have the finest wires in the land.
Chance to vendor some stuff.
Keep your feet on the ground.
It took me till now to realize this guy's an elite. Was the other guy an elite too? I saw a chest up here. The only reason we're up here is because I saw a chest. Damn. It's messed up. Oh god. It's like just basically the longest run that we could ever hope for. Yeah, we needed like 100 more mana. If we ran out, once you run out of mana, you're dead. Like, that's the thing about the Paladin. If you're out of mana, you are dead. You're not gonna live. Oh, this time I was just unknowingly fighting some elites. Yeah, apparently they were elites. Apparently elites hit hard. And we ran out of mana, so here we are. That being said, there's a chest up there, so we're gonna get the chest. I don't know how we're gonna respawn and take care of the elite guy without getting killed again, but... we're about to figure... maybe I can come around here and just resurrect over here by the chest. We loot the chest, we jump down, and then we don't fight this guy. Yeah, let's do it that way. True silver and some healing potions. Yeah, I didn't talk about the blue. It's been a while. I feel like we're due. I feel like we're due to get a blue out of a chest like pretty soon. Either that or we're also due to get a blue from a mob. We haven't got a blue drop in a long time. Maybe the next time we get a drop it'll be an epic. We're getting close to the level range where you can start getting like epic level drops. So maybe that'll happen. These are lava spiders, but they're not the lava spiders we need for the quest. The quest spiders are greater lava spiders. These are searing lava spiders. Not to be confused with greater lava spiders, which maybe are bigger. This druid's still out there. He's got to be thinking about PvP right now. He's got to see us. He's got to be thinking, maybe I can fight this paladin. He's a little bit low on HP. What if I just run in there? Or not. He still doesn't seem like he wants a fight. He also low-key seems like he's AFK. Oh, he's not AFK, but let's go. Ah, he went. Did he go cheetah? He did go cheetah. I don't think we can. I don't think we can catch him. Maybe if we mount up, we can catch him. Yeah, he vanished. He vanished. Okay. If we run right on top of him, we pop this. Oh shit. Oh, that's not good. We almost had him. It was close. Hey, if we make them run away, I'm gonna take that as a victory. If they're gonna straight up just run away, then I win. I have no idea, like, where am I supposed to find the Dark Iron Geologist? Okay, there's one spot. Okay, and then maybe, oh, maybe up here. No, this is Incendisaurs. So, okay, there are 2 spots where I can find the Geologist. That doesn't seem like enough spots. Alright, let's see. Okay, there are a few of them here. By a few, I mean there are 2 of them. Yeah, we need 8 for the quest. Oh, this is good. This seems absolutely fine. What a coward. He waited till we had 1 HP. What a fucking loser. Oh my god. It's karma. Me picking a fight with him when he has 3/4 of his HP. Him attacking me with 1 HP is karma. This is karma. That's just him knowing that he can't win in any kind of fight. And just waiting until we have literally 1 HP to attack. It's not karma. We got put into combat with something. Not sure what. Yeah, I would love to play more at night, but it's basically impossible with my schedule. Like, the one time I was doing a night series, it was only possible because I was playing on, like, an Australian server or an Oceanic server or whatever. And so when it was, like, morning time for me, it was, like, the middle of the AM. Like, the late morning for the server time. Like, I can't even, like, stay conscious long enough to play when it's dark on these servers. This server's even worse. This server is in Western time. So this server is 3 hours behind my time. So on this server, I will never see nighttime. Nighttime won't happen on this server until it's midnight for me. When it's midnight for me, it'll be 9 o'clock server time. And then the server it'll be starting to get dark. But yeah, the nighttime leveling was fun. It's always nice to see the zones, like, in the nighttime. But it's just like right now it's like basically impossible. Yeah, I'm in Eastern time, the server is not. The server is in Western time. Realm time, 1:27 p.m. Local time, 4:28 p.m. I am in Eastern time. Server is in Western time. Are the golems wearing sandals? Maybe. Maybe. Like they might appear to be carved in such a way that you may think that they are wearing flip-flops. Yeah, I can see how you would see that. That's not really what's happening, because they are one solid piece of metal stone, but it does appear very well. Yeah, that's very flip-flop-esque. They couldn't afford boots, so they went with the $1 pair of flip-flops. A Croxalisk. Exactly, exactly.
Can I help you? Have a good one. See you around for the Alliance.
Let's see. To hold the flawless flame, we will need a shaft and a casing. You must first find a suitable shaft. The Dark Iron Taskmasters and Slavers of the Cauldron use weapons of enchanted thorium, an extremely sturdy alloy. If you bring me 8 thorium-plated daggers, I can break the alloy down and reforge a shaft. Could this quest say shaft more? I think it probably could. It probably could. Admiral's Arms, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. That's incredibly generous of you. One night while playing, you noticed the sun rising in the game. When you looked out the window, you saw the sun rising too. That's when you realized this game was something special. Yes. Yeah, it's always been really unique that like whatever time of day you're playing in, that usually reflects the time outside if you're on a server that is the appropriate time zone.
See you later.
Like back in the day, I only ever got to play at night. So I only ever saw the zones at night. And then like the rare times I would get to play during the day, it would be like experiencing an entirely different game. So, I get it. Alright, so yes, the next quest has to do with shafts. Obviously. This is the hunter, I think, from earlier. They pulled an entire train of enemies. An entire train of enemies. Aha. Ooh. Ragey beef. This guy's skull leveled. But I think we should give this a shot. We're pretty close to the graveyard. Let's do this. Let's get in here. I don't know why he came back. Now we vacate the area. Yeah, exactly. Now we run. And yes, I attacked him when he was in combat, but listen, he was skull level. So he was at least 10 levels above us, and I don't feel bad. And in fact, I refuse to feel bad about it. Yeah, we knew that with Pursuit of Justice, he could never get away. Exactly. I don't know if he knew that, but we knew it. Maybe he knew it. Maybe he thought he could stun us and get a couple of good crits in, and then finish us. Because remember, to us he's a skull. To him, we're like a green. We might even be like a gray. Like to him, we were nothing. So I think maybe he thought he could just get in there with a charge and stun us long enough to crit us to death. I don't know if he realized that he was never going to outrun us or not. It's 5 or 6 for Skull. Yeah, either way, I mean, the guy was like, what? He was probably like level 53, 54, 55? He was up there. I'm not going to feel bad about it. If I see someone who's a skull and they're fighting a mob, I'm probably always going to attack them. That was a sod change that bled into classic. That's so bad. It's really messed up that they change things in sod. There's a bleed through effect to classic era and they never correct it. And then it just stays that way. Yeah, I don't really like... I'm surprised that more people aren't upset about stuff like that. This is a rogue. No, this is a warrior. Oh wait, is this the same guy? I didn't see his name before. Yeah, I don't like that there are things like that get changed in sod for sod that also come back and they affect classic era. Alright, I guess I think we're about to throw down. He targeted me. Let's see if he wants to throw down. Here he comes. Double teamed. Just a little double team. The only way they can win. It's literally the only way they can win. And they know it. Yeah, what a bunch of wimps. They both have like 5 levels on me. At least. We've learned that it's 5 or 6 levels, not 10. And we still stood our ground pretty good. I'm proud of us. Yeah, we did pretty well. We did pretty well. We could have killed the one guy, no problem. Yeah, we were soon to have him on the ropes. Do they feel good when they win like that? Yeah, they do. They do. Mm-hmm. They feel, especially when it's someone that you've killed before or that you've chased off, they feel vindicated. And they don't care that it wasn't an even fight. They will still feel vindicated. Yeah, they do. They feel big. Damn. Well, that was fun. That was better. Yep, and guys, with that, I am done for today. I am out of time. I do have to go. I'm gonna put us on a flight back to Ironforge. And there we will rest until tomorrow. And maybe we'll come back out here and quest some more. Maybe we won't. This is obviously like a hotbed for PvP. We're pretty close to getting a couple of these done. So maybe we'll come back if I can get on early. Before like everyone and their mother is signed in. We can just get these 2 done. I'm not sure about doing this one. This one involves going into the caves. I don't think we'll be doing that for quite a while. But yeah, maybe we can get these 2 done, and then we can find somewhere to grind. Maybe we can find some other quest. I really don't know what all there is to do for us going forward until we can get into Ungoro Crater, but we will take a look at it tomorrow. Thank you guys again for being here and for all of the support. I really do appreciate it. As always, take care of yourselves out in the real world and take care of each other, and we will see you back in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.